Good. Hopefully now we can go live. Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jason Charney. Maybe translation back to that. I am coming to you tonight to fix my Dell XPS 9350 from early 2016. There is like a list of things that need to be done apparently. None of that of which actually none of it is going to be easy because as I had tried to get this broadcast start at say let's say 6 p.m. and here I am now at 7 trying to get this thing set up. Apparently there was a few technical difficulties going on. Apparently the voltage was not adequate to run both the audio and the video apparently. So now that we have that fixed, let's get started. Have a root beer started out here. So here's the thing. Before I get started, I want to say that I did I had to I had to remove the screws on this thing beforehand. I think the reflection is not helping on this. Let me turn that down. If I can I? That'd be good. Okay, that should be much better. Because let's see here. I can move this thing up here and this thing a little further back, so we can adjust this, I guess. This thing is being a little fickle in terms of its settings. I mean, you've probably seen me a few times before do some sample projects. Here is kind of like the big kahuna right here. We are going in and we are going to replace several things. I want to bring up the fact that tonight we are doing not just a battery replacement, but we're also doing a coin replacement and a coin battery replacement. That's pretty much called the real-time clock battery, that little coin-shaped thing. And we're also going to be replacing the keyboard because the keyboard was also acting a little strange as well. I want to bring up the fact that if your battery looks like this, that is bad. In fact, the reason we dismantled this early and took the screws out from the bottom was because this thing was making everything bulge. And when I opened it up, I didn't even need to use one of those little spudgers, you know, those little guitar pick looking things, or maybe sometimes a little piece of thing. Oh, this is actually more of a spudger. You can see that. Yeah, 720 is not a very good resolution for a webcam, unlike the 1080 you're gonna get on the one thing here. But we're doing this evening, and that's pretty much how it is this morning. But as I was saying, I did not even have to use a spudger to open this thing. It just popped open like a jack-in-the-box. And that is never good. So, if you start noticing things are bulging out where it should, the mouse pad is starting to bulge out, if you sometimes get a little whiff of something that smells like ozone or metallic something, you know, it's this thing right here. And it needs to be replaced. Here's the thing, a computer can last for years. The battery has like a certain life, like at least 2-3 years at most, you know. But you'll notice, as usual, as time goes on, the battery wears down. You don't get as longer time with the laptop battery and whatnot. And I don't know, if you eventually start to look for, where do I have that thing? External battery packs or whatnot, which I have one of those around here. It's a must-have if you're a road warrior, but in terms of, say, portability, it's probably not the best thing. But I always get like an extra battery pack because I like being out. I like being down at Starbucks on like a Friday afternoon, rather than being in, say, my office or this room, especially now since we have all these pandemic stuff going on. In fact, the pandemic is actually how I managed to gather all this stuff around, I mean, without that, there wouldn't be this microphone. Without that, we wouldn't have several of the items. The ring light that's kind of giving this Star Trek-y lens flare kind of thing going on here. Let's see here. The stars you see up here. Projector light. Very nice. Must have, especially you got kids or something like that. It is beautiful. Although you may want to get one that does more in, say, 8 colors or something. So let's see here. I guess I'm going on a little too long here. We're now at 7:08, and we've got a lot of stuff to do. Important thing in first items, of course. If you are working on electronics, see this? This is water. Water and electricity do not mix. Do not put them in any close proximity. Always work with an unplugged electronic. Never work with it plugged in. Simple, obvious stuff going on there. Secondly, you're going to be working with the inside of probably the most important item you probably own, especially if you are someone who works on the computer almost every day. So you are going to have one of these little wrist straps here. In fact, this thing right here is a little clip on the other end. And I just clip this onto, say, a metal bar, like the one that's on my little architectural arm here. Never onto the computer, never onto, say, anything. And that way, everything is grounded. We can prevent shocks, we can prevent ruining things like our hard drive or anything like that. That's pretty much been common knowledge for years. So, and of course, there's always compressed air. This puppy is probably getting low on air, but see that? And of course, it has the little embedder in because some of you fools are out there huffing it like it was spray paint. Don't do that. But we are going to need this because when you open this thing, when you open up this computer right here, and since I use a keyboard cover, most of you don't. I use a plastic keyboard cover. And the inside is going to be dirty. It's going to have hair. It's going to have dust. It's going to have all the little skin you've had because you have dirty hands and whatnot. And you go in there, you go spray it out and whatnot. And then there is this guy right here. Right here. This is the SSD card. This thing replaces this thing right here. This thing is what you would have in your hard drive. Your laptop computer about 10 years ago. Your standard 3.5-inch form factor for hard drive. But now you have this thing. This thing, quarter comparison. Right there. See that right there. This thing is less than an inch wide. Probably smaller than my thumb right there. And this thing is 500 megabytes. The original Dell XPS 9350 had a 128 hard drive storage, but I upgraded to the 500 because I'm such a pack rat. And so the first thing you are going to want to take out, other than the battery, well, actually the second thing, if you've already removed the battery like I have, is this thing. And to keep its little screw next to each other. I would recommend putting it in a static bag if you have one, but setting on like a little pad of notepad paper is gonna probably be fine. So as long as you're not, I guess, running a Van de Graaff machine or something, like that one thing that makes your hair stick out, But at any rate, we can pretty much now start working on this right here, But there's a few caveats here. I'm going to show you the manual for the Dell XPS 9343 manual, and that also includes, which also applies to the 9350. And look at all the stuff we have to remove right here. According to this, we have to remove, let's see here. We have to remove the I/O board, we have to remove the fan, we have to remove the system board, which is the big board right there. I mean, the I/O cable is actually the one that is on the right. Let's see here if I can bounce that back over here. Let's see here. This would probably be the I/O board on the left side. This is the system board right here, and of course the fan, which I guess, you know, I guess we could probably blow that thing out while it's being taken out. None of the stuff we're going to be taking out is going to be on the top side. We're not going to be doing screen replacement. I'm not going to show you how to do that. That is a whole different animal, and if we ever do need to do that, which hopefully we never will, that would probably be like a completely different part, a completely different video, and hopefully, you know, some guy like Louis Rossmann or Jeff Gearing or something like that can and show how to do that or something. But there's plenty of videos on that online for that. But let's see, like I was saying, we have to take out the heat sink, the coin cell battery. Well, we're going to replace that anyway. Speakers, I don't think we're going to need to do that. I mean, they seem pretty out of the way. I mean, these two things right here. I mean, here's the ribbon to the keyboard, you know? And this little thing right here, this is like the little ribbon that goes to that little status light that blinks or whatnot. It tells you whether or not your laptop is charged or something. Even though there's like that little one thing on side that you can actually use to tell you how much battery you got left. Let's see here. But over here, this is the mouse pad. This cable right here is probably the cable that goes to the trackpad, the white one right here. And then from here we have this black cable, which obviously goes to the keyboard, and the keyboard is pretty much jammed under all this other. In which case, yeah, apparently we are going to have to take out the keys. So, I mean the speakers, but we're going to try to be as gentle as possible with this. I mean, this is pretty much some serious stuff right here. It is not to faint apart. And for some reason it says remove the base cover. I wonder what that is. Let's check our cable. Here it says here 9 screws. Excuse me. It's here. It says before you work on your computer, as usual, shut it down. Pretty obvious. Disconnect the computer from any electrical devices. And phone cables. Disconnect any peripherals, obviously. And let's see here. Of course, afterwards, we'll make sure that we have all of our screws back where they are. I would recommend getting like a little tray or something. We have this like little tray thing that kind of came with one of these little iFixit kits. It has like the little screws or whatnot. You know? So, basically, this is a must-have, especially if you are going to be disconnecting cables, like what we had to do with the battery cable that was plugged in right here. I mean, it had to be like a little tweezed out, you know, because of how well connected that little connector was, and didn't want to scratch or tear up anything, because, you know, inside this is a lot smaller, a lot delicate. In fact, I am hoping I can zoom in with the magnifying glass here, and we can see stuff. Okay, look how big my hands are. Okay, I don't think we'll be doing that too much, but this is just to show you that, yeah, that's pretty much how you can pretty much magnify and view your stuff on one thing other than, say, doing hardware or something like that. Okay, so what else are we doing? Base cover is obviously, let's see here, base cover after we're good. Okay, base cover, and let's see here. Yeah, that's pretty much the one thing that was right there. You know, we'll find it eventually. You know, it's like, okay, what parts did we not take out yet? You know? Because replacing the keyboard is pretty much a lot hard to do stuff here. Let's see here. Moving the keyboard. No, that's not what we want. It says keyboard controls. We're looking for keyboard. Keyboard, display assembly, power cord. Here we go. Back down here. So anyway, follow the procedures, step 1 through 12 in removing the system board. So we're going to be doing that too. Although I don't think we're going to be needing to disconnect the wireless card from the system board. We already did remove the solid state drive. That should always be removed first if you're going to be working on anything that involves removing the system board, which is basically the motherboard. And let's see here, remove the heat sink. That would probably be that middle bar thing that's like over here. This metal thing here, we're going to try to be careful with this because this here, I have a feeling this was all, say, gluish together. I mean, it's probably sticking to something. See right there? There's like that little gray block that, you know, I mean, it's mostly there to keep the dust out and, of course, hold on to this little card thing, I guess. But we're going to try to be extra careful with that. In fact, I want to try to at least, you know, try to remove all this stuff up on top in one piece, you know. So we're not trying to pick things apart. I mean, we just want to get into the keyboard right there. You know, we're not doing an all-out Lewis Rossman and replacing electronic components or something. You know, we're just doing something that should be a lot more simple than it should, but because we're working in tight spaces, we're working in other stuff, it's just not happening. So, let's see. Okay, so remove the base cover. Check. Remove the battery. We already done that. Let's see here. Base cover being the bottom, and the bottom, I mean, like I was gonna say, let's see here. I mean, right here, this is the base cover of a Dell XPS from 2016. It has that little magnetic flap at the bottom that covers the 5th screw. Remember to remove. Oh, on here, you just need the magnets. Ugh. At any rate, remember to remove that 5th screw that is right here. Well, actually not 5th screw because there's more screws right here. But this one here is going to pretty much hold down the system board from everything else. And if you don't remove that, it's going to be a heck of a lot harder to sponge it out. So be sure to unscrew everything. And let's see here. Of course, we're not going to show how to take out the battery. I guess you could probably watch this video in reverse if possible. And then, let's see here. See how the batteries are screwed out. They're pretty much supposed to be the opposite of the way they are screwed in. So, that's another thing we got to take care of. Here, before I forget mentioning that, I just want to show you something, and this involves packaging. This is the packet. This is the box that the RTC battery came in. And let's see here. Just want to share this with this. And let's see here. This is an envelope that could have came in instead. But look how much crap is in this thing. I mean, there is like nothing except an airbag. And where's our little fun thing? It is. Heck, it almost got stuck under the one thing. Right there. This thing right here. You know? For comparison. You know? This thing is smaller than a quarter. You know? This thing is like a 1/4 inch big, and it's gonna go, what is it? It's gonna go right about here, right here in this little gray spot right there, and we're gonna be swapping that out later. But seriously, look at how small this thing is, you know? I mean, it's like a little corn kernel. It's like something that pop Dr. Pimple Popper or something like that. I don't think I can move my lamp back any further because of the one thing. I'm gonna try and just, at any rate, this is just this is one of those little fidget cubes. I was building around with those just for fun, you know. The little clicky part that's probably the most fun about that. At any rate, let's see here. This is just a Raspberry Pi with the Argon 1 cover. Definitely must have your Raspberry Pi geek. You know, you would think I got this? Sure. Any rate, let's see here. What else? What else before we start diving in on this? Pretty much covered what all we have to do. We gotta remove the we already removed the battery. That's pretty much done. We're gonna do that. We're gonna put it back in last. We're gonna do the coin battery, which is gonna be second last. That's gonna be just super easy. But the hard part is gonna be, of course, getting in there and replacing the keyboard. Now, let's see here. What else? What else? Here we go. The part we are going to be replacing this with is a, what is it? DKDXH. And it's going to come in like a, what is it, like one of these little boxes on here with the barcode, like the Chinese characters on it. And let's see here. We're going to take this out of the bubble wrap here. And be careful with this because we never put this thing in the bag here. Kind of wasn't too careful with, really we're putting the, what is it, the cables and whatnot. Because this right here is going to be the keyboard we're going to be replacing. And as you can see, there's probably going to be some tape or something that's on here. I don't think you need to worry about removing that until, I guess, we get there. There's this little thing, it's like a little triangle thing. That's if we, actually, that's for when we fold this thing over about 45 degrees later, so it can pretty much fit into our, what is it? Into our keyboard slot here, because this thing has got a 45-degree fold right there. We're going to need to be extra careful with that. You know? And here's a few items that are of interest on this. This thing has like some holes in it, and it's probably because we're probably gonna be covering these up with I guess the top keyboard or the cover or whatnot. It's gonna take it should make things a little bit easier because then we can just drop it in, replace it. So we're gonna set that off to the side for the moment, and we are gonna start taking this thing apart. Let's see here. Ready, set, here we go. We are in desktop mode. Alright, so let me move this thing a little bit, move our lighting to be a little bit more on the nose. For some reason, if the keyboard, if the mouse and the camera is going to be bouncing up and down, it's probably because the one thing is trying to autofocus, which, yeah, this thing does have autofocus, you know? I could have just tied in this with, say, the Logitech software. But I am decided, you know what? I'm using OBS for everything. Everything's in OBS. I can do chat here in OBS. You know, it's a shame I can't seem to type in here. I can only view what's in the chat, which no one's here. Where are you people? I sent out invites. Oh well, you can all watch this later anyway. So at any rate, we are going to go in here, and hopefully we will not need to use our magnifier right here. At least not for the moment. I am going to try to scoot in, as these desk leaves are really not helping. I have to have my computer sitting on one of the desk leaves because I need to get access to my tools. I tried to clean up this thing as much as possible. There's a Roku remote. Put that thing over there. Get rid of this water, I suppose. Put that over there. Okay. And then, let's see here. I am going to try to so anyway, like I was saying, if you happen to take off the back cover, everything is going to be dirty and nasty and whatnot. Remember, hit it with the compressed air, you know. Don't be afraid to just hit everything in there. I mean, if it's that bad, just get like a little low power vacuum. Don't use like a dust buster or anything like that. And try not to touch any of the electronic components because they are small and they will get little fur or whatnot. So don't use anything with fabric or something like that. Okay, so I think the first thing we are going to need to do is I think we are going to need to disconnect our, what is it? Maybe on this end instead, which would be better. Let's see here. Made in Thailand. Shout out to Thailand. Yeah. So you know these other parts are made in China. Let's see here. So let's check our guide here, and it says remove the base cover, remove the battery, remove the wireless card. I'm not really sure why we need to, but okay. I'm going to be careful with that because right around here is this little one thing which I think might involve antenna stuff. Try not to separate the screw from the little one thing. Magnet, don't do that to me. We just set that there for a moment. Okay, and on our, what is it? On the Wi-Fi card, there are the two, let's see here. I should write this down. There is a white cable and a black cable. We are going to make sure that our white cable is on the left and our black cable is on the right. I'm going to make a little note about that. Okay, because then we are going to just disconnect them. You know, up. These are button connectors. They are pretty much a lot of Wi-Fi stuff. You know, if you took apart a router, it'd be like that. So, as it was saying, you know, take out the one thing here. Huh, look at that. It's like a little documentation right there and there. So it says here Broadcom model BCM 94350ZAE. Okay. I guess we'll keep that down there for our reference. Yeah. Congratulations on who won the raffle. I kid. Alright. So we have that taken care of. Apparently the reason for that is there is this little screw hole right here, which I think does more than just holding the Wi-Fi. It probably does something else. So we're going to be extra careful here. And look how much dust and crap is up here. See this? This is like super gross and nasty. You know, right there in the little folder right there, you see all this stuff right there. It's like crumbs and shit. Okay. But we shouldn't have to worry about that. Okay. Took out the Wi-Fi card. Check. We already took out the solid state card, which... And that's for removing the system board, which... Let's see here. So this here. Root keyboard, base cover, wireless card, speakers, coin cell, battery, and let's see here. Heatsink. So... Placing keyboard requires place an I/O cable. Let's see here. Slide the I/O board cable into the connector in the system board. Okay. So I am thinking this would be so much better if I had the manual that had photos. There are no photos. And that's like the pitfall of this. It's like, how am I supposed to work on this? Let me check something. Let me check my one thing here. How's that? Deal with that here. And let's see here. Somewhere on here, there is. Scrolling. I have like 1,800 tabs open. Well, that's a little strange. I mean, I downloaded the cable, but I didn't download any of the photos that were in the dang PDF file. That is just... dang. I mean, I was noticing that. It's like, well, isn't that just strange? You know, you think you download a PDF file. And let me try to mod this here. I'm going to modify my window that I am using to view the manual in here. Let's see here. Properties. And then let's see here. I'll find this Chrome XPS 9. See, right there. You seen that? You know, this has pictures, and let's see here. The other one doesn't. Why is that? You know? I mean, I downloaded the PDF and I was like, you know, I could use this offline. But anyway, the manual for this one is at downloads.dell.com/manual/all-products/ what is it? ESUPRT_XPS_laptop /XPS-13-9343-laptop_service and was it %20 big M for manual _en-us.pdf. Yeah, I mean, you should probably be able to read that, but we're going to be trying to scale this a little bit so I can have this split screen on my one thing, and we can go in that. Boop. See right there. And let's see your desk and knock. And this just a wee it so we can not have margins cover over everything as much as possible when we go in this mode, and of course moving this off to the side. Also nice. You know? Big hand. Okay, that is so much better. Now that we have an illustration to help guide us in this, because, you know, like, how are you explaining this to everyone? Okay, so we already took out the wireless card and wireless card slot. We disconnected the cables. Those are button connectors. We can pop those back in later. Which, thankfully, I have this little ring light with the magnifying glass in it. Hopefully, it'll look a whole lot better when we get to that step. Let's see here. When we took out the battery, we had to take out this one cable right here. Let's see here. Let's look at our dock a little closer. And right here, I can magnify this to be larger. Is the cable that just crosses over everything. This cable right here, it goes over the battery. For some reason, it just does. It doesn't go under the battery, it goes over the battery. That's why it has these little stickers on it. That's why it's kind of like in between, say, the system board and the battery. You know, maybe it was just how the manufacturer like doing it that way, you know. But on the plus side, this red wire this red and black wire set right here, it will pretty much control the speaker on the right side, which is currently on our left. And we're going to take a Phillips head screw here. I'll get some light over on this side if we can. And switch this back to desk and dock if we can. And then probably move. You know, that is just go to just desk mode since we can't see anything with that. And we're going to go in here and we're going to remove this screw right here. And it's going to hold it. That one holds in the one. I think we need a larger bit here. Like a. It says here. Oh, that's a wide bit. We want to have a Phillips. Okay, so basically your standard pH 0. Go in there. Don't let it tear up the inside there. It's like going in there. And I think maybe if I just turn this the other way, we can get rid of the glare. And we have that right there. And then we have this one right here. Okay. You can see there's little rubber things right there. Make sure not to lose those. I don't think we'll have to worry about that. Those little rubber grommets are definitely a must-have. So do not remove those. They probably would make everything good. Right? Okay, so we moved that. And right here we have our first corner. You know? Always work on the corners and on the way out. And I guess in that case we can just, I don't know, use our plastic guy right here. This. Okay, see right there. This guy right here. You're going to flip him up. Oh, don't be afraid to get in there and flip him up. If anything, use a pair of tweezers on the blue area right there. And to scratch or anything, flip him up right there. And then just pull him out. Okay. So we shouldn't have to worry too much about his position unless we'll go on this end here and remove him. And you can see this thing must have some kind of adhesive or something holding it in. We'll worry about it later. But that's kind of an important part right here. So we can safely move our left speaker over here. You know, red and black on, our right speaker, red and black on the left, and white and blue on the other. You'll know because one side has a larger wire than the other. Okay, so I'm going to probably bump up the brightness on this since we don't have to worry about the other ring light getting in the way. Let's see here. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. That changes. Oh, there. We want to have white. Oh, okay. That's a little better. We're going to probably move our other ring light, which is the primary light that I use in here, a little bit better. Okay, so these guys are sticking. You can safely unstick them. We'll stick them back where they belong later. And as you can probably, not see, as I kind of moved everything over, apparently. And where did I put the other screw for? Here. You have to excuse me. I'm still trying to get things up here. And this guy, he was a PH000. Just stick him back in there. We'll probably not need him till later. And then, let's see here. I guess you could probably hit with the air. Make sure you don't lose your screws first. Now, if anything, try to put the screws back on top where they belong. And let's see here. I am hoping I did not knock over a screw onto the bottom of the floor here. That is the problem with working with all this stuff. I'm going to try to find out what I did with that screw, because it should have been right where I had it 30 seconds ago. Okay. And then let's see here. Might want to get like a little magnet or something. I don't think it's going to help, but let's see here. Never say never, something. Okay, maybe it. I'm trying to find out what did I do with it. Should have been knocked over. That was pretty bad. That was very, very bad. Let's see here. You don't have to pardon me. Okay, Google lights on. Must have done something wrong because I just something. It's like, where'd it go now? There. You're doing all right. People make mistakes. Stuff like this happens. Okay. Well, that is certainly not a good sign. Boy. Oh, wait, no, that's not the one. Looking for the other one. Right here just a little while ago. Let's see. What did we do with it? Yikes, 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 yikes. Okay. That is not good. Okay, we checked here, we checked. And I made sure that I wouldn't lose anything, and yet, yikes. That was not good. I get no pencil out here to see if I lost it underneath there or something. And apparently, like the socks, like a missing sock, it has just downright disappeared. That just sucks. Okay, that's gotta be a problem. Oh, maybe a problem for future archer I need to worry about. Of course, when I move this thing around, lost its connection. Okay. Oh, that's not what you're supposed to do. Don't do that. Don't unscrew. What are you doing? So, hold on here. Apparently one of my ring lights decided it was going to fall off the one thing. And it's just grand. We're having some technical difficulties again. I'm going to take care of this. Great. is certainly not a good sign. Losing a screw that usually holds in one of the speakers. I mean, it's like, damn it. We tried. I just set it right here, and it's like, it's gone. Like, what did we do with it? I don't recall knocking it over. I don't recall. Okay. Not exactly my finest work. Alright. Unless, of course. Check inside here. Boy. Notice how sometimes it just gets way too hot in a room and everything starts to smell. Ugh. What's up with that? It's like, I didn't move around. I didn't just go for a 10-mile hike. I could use it, so. Okay. Well, it's just unfortunate. We apparently lost a screw that normally would go in that one place, but we're just not gonna look for it at this point. Okay, Google, lights out. It's a plus side of working in a open space like this. You don't have to worry about looking for light switches. Okay, so apparently we lost that one screw that goes like right here at the corner, but we'll probably find it again. It might show up. Oh, I just can't believe I lost it. At any rate, let's take care of the other one here. While we're here, maybe we could just take out the coin battery. I mean, we're going to be taking that thing out anyway. So, yeah. Eventually, I'm going to probably order me some new screws here, I guess. There's another screw around here somewhere. And there's always at least one screw that tries to be snub. Some manufacturers seem to do that, which honestly they shouldn't be doing that, because then it makes it just hard to just put things back together. I mean, this is like their little subtle insurance policy to make sure that, hey, you don't go in here and mess around with our stuff. Our stuff? I bought this thing. Oh, no, it's our stuff, you know? It says so right in the contract. What contract? I didn't sign up for you. We're not doing commercials together. Do I look like the Dell dude? Wait, anyone seen that ad yet with him in it? It's like, welcome back, that guy. I remember why he left, but I'm not gonna go into that. Well, he didn't exactly leave. He got fired. But, it is gonna be interesting to see him. He might show up around the Super Bowl or something. At any rate, here we go right here. We are pulling this thing out. Just drag it on the corner. 1, 2, 3. If not, use our little tweezers. And there it is, right there. Look at all this. all this is just crap that's gotten under there over the years. But right here, the RTC battery is where it goes. So basically, this thing is pretty much got no charge going through it. The clock is not running. So let's see here. What else? Let's check our one thing. Let's see here. I'm really still a little bit mad about that one screw, but I'll get over it. Okay. Took out our speaker, so what's next for our one thing here? And the plus side with using a PDF reader is the fact that it does display table contents. Let's see here. The downside is, of course, this crap that, oh, we're not going to let you download the images that go in the PDF. It's like, why would you do that? It's like, seriously, Dell, it's a PDF. It's supposed to be a self-contained document, It's not supposed to be a, what is it? It's not going to download the formula for Coca-Cola. Dang. Okay, you don't have to worry about removing the coin cell battery. That's been done. That was a much more easier procedure than I thought. Let's see here, back on this page. Card, speaker. I guess it's step 6, which is removing the, the heat sink. The middle bar is right here. Now, here's what I really want to do. I really do not want to separate this, from that. Because, one, underneath here is the processor. And the processor has that little gray stuff. And honestly, I did not buy any of that Arctic silver stuff or whatnot. So, we are going to try to take out all this part right here in a single piece. And let's see here. Oh, and also disconnect this thing's MB. What does that? MB stands for motherboard on the end. But what does this thing over here do? Huh? What does this thing do? Well, we removed the speakers, and we know that the speakers are up here next to the RTC battery, and this is the audio jack, and this is the USB plug, and next to the RTC is that little LED thing that helps you, that tells you how much battery you have without, opening up the laptop, which is always a great feature to have on any computer. I really like that. And then, of course, power cable, gotta be real careful with that. Let's see here. And then, let's see here. I think this might be a USB-C, because this one initially had one USB-C and had, what is it? The USB 2 over here, actually USB 3, but in a USB 2 format. And then another USB 2 on the other side, and on the daughter board as well with the other USB is the regular SD card reader. Everything's now gone to micro SD, which has a nice little click thing that tells you, hey, I'm plugged in now. So we are doing okay, I guess. All things considered. So we won't be trying to remove this here. We're not going to disconnect the MB and DB, Molo and Dobo, motherboard and daughter board, We are going to try to remove everything on here in a single piece, and we are going to start doing that, I guess, right now. I can move my big ring back over here so we can see what we're doing. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the downfall with using the big ring. The big ring has this issue with, say, reflecting, and as you saw earlier, I had to, well, maybe not as you heard earlier, I had to screw it back on because, okay, that's just weird. Why did I do that? But, let's see here. In order to get in there, we are going to have to be extra careful here. I'm going to assume that everything that's labeled MB is connected to motherboard. This thing right here, I don't know what that does. But as you can see, right here, there was room for, I guess, adding a touch screen, because there is this one spot right here, if you can see it, that is labeled touch screen right there. And right next to it is this little set of pins or something, which I guess means that this one right here, this one goes to the display or something. There's the other one. But I'm trying to figure out, why does it have two of these? I mean, one's probably got to be for image, the other for light. But like I was trying to say, we have to be extra careful around this at this point. So we're going to try to, I guess, move the system board at this point. Let's check our listing here. So number 7, remove I/O board. Let's see here, I/O board, which is like, yeah, the I/O board is, well, not the I/O board, but the I/O board cable is the, let me try to get this back into desk. It's basically this orange thing here. We're going to try to keep these two things together, especially since, let's check underneath here. Is there anything holding it down? No, there isn't. So yeah, we can just pull it all together. You know? Again, I don't want to take this away from that, unless, of course, you know, this goes all the way down into something metal, which it shouldn't. I mean, it should just go straight into the Mobo, and that's it. Okay, so we're going to take a quick look here. Starting from the other edge, the I/O board from the palm rest assembly. So basically, we just remove. Okay, now we can use our 000. Yeah, we were using our 00 earlier. We can use 000 on our little screws. And of course, there's something else about this. Or is it? That is a 1. Okay, so it's like, where's our 00? Yeah, because this is single 0. This is 00. Okay, so we're gonna try to get this thing. Oh, this one's just being ornery now, isn't it? I think that's our snub screw right there. I'll just put one of those in there. You should not do that. And let's see here, there's another screw right here. There is some gray stuff, which I think goes to the top side, which we should probably keep that together. You're going to set this over here so nothing disappears. Not this time. not believe I lost that screw because it should have just stayed with the other one. No? Yeah, I'm gonna probably be obsessing over that all night now. Crap. Okay, let's try 1, 2, 3. Give it a little careful with it. Don't force it. Just give it a little nudge. Nudge. Don't tear up our slot. Okay. And we're free. We've got her. Yeah. And with that, we should have the daughter board loosened up enough. Now let's go after heat sinking mama, I think. And this thing talks about, what is it? Okay, so apparently our our keyboard slot is actually underneath some of that cellophane tape. She's like, okay, interesting. And underneath there's the other thing, which I think is probably for lighting. Let me take a look at our placement. And sure enough, there is two cables here. Two connectors here. One for, I guess, the keys. That is this wide one here. And then the narrow one is for your lighting. So you're gonna be extra careful because this thing has that weird cloth tape on it. And right there, you can see that there is the one thing that connects but that is for, I guess. So this is probably the I/O pin right there. We're gonna be extra careful with this. I already see that by not taking it out the right way, we're kind of tugging on our lighting ribbon. We don't want to do that. And we're going to try to be extra careful here. And I think our lighting ribbon just came out, which is no big deal considering we're going to probably be swapping that out too. Right. I think there might have been like a really think there might have been a connector or something somewhere to hold that in. Because, yeah, it has that little tab there. That's just interesting. This thing right here is actually for I/O. And we're not going to mess with that. That's going to be right there. The I/O is on its own little daughter board, which is fascinating. Okay, let me make sure something here. Okay. Right there would have been the pull slot, I think, for this thing. And you say, I'm just going to let myself go right there. But this thing is not what was causing our problem. It was this big guy here, which basically we can pull a lap up and pretty much start working on this, I guess. Be very careful. You can see from this thing, it's probably going to be stuck on here. Should probably not pull on it just yet. We'll do some little nanometer on it later. But right here, there's this little one thing you can see right there. I mean, this is to make sure that anything else. I mean, this is like the first line of defense on keeping your nasty skin flakes out here. You know, this plastic mat right here, which I'm not sure if this thing is on the replacement. Yeah, it's on the replacement. So, the person who made that made a very smart decision right there. Okay. So how do we take out the rest of this? I mean, all of the screws that we're trying to remove should have a little triangle next to it. Well, except maybe this one right here has the tape, has some tape or something covered up to it, in which case there's a little triangle underneath there too. Okay, so like I said, I want to take out the Dobo, heatsink, and Mobo in one piece. So we're not wrecking things. I'm actually surprised this wasn't part of this. I mean, this didn't go to that over there. No. Okay. You know what? Maybe we should try disconnect it on the Mobo side instead. Cool about that? Yeah. You can pretty much see that when we remove it, there's a label on it that says touchpad right there. You know? So that's a good sign right there. And then there's this other cable right here. It goes to the I/O cable, which I think has some adhesive stuck on it. Make sure that everything is clamped down. I don't think we need to worry about that. And okay, this little mat right here is actually kind of fragile. This little sharp tine here just poked a little hole in there. Good news is we are replacing in this, so try something a little more dull, I guess. Try and take this apart. And definitely think about disconnecting this from the Mobo. You know what I kind of wish I could do right now? Put in some music. Unfortunately, can't do that in a stream, because, you know, then that'd be like a copyright strike. It's like, you know, take it slowly. I mean, you could probably do it fast, but if you ever tried taking a Band-Aid off real fast, you know, yeah. So see right there? And let's try to preserve as much of this adhesive stuff here, because we'll probably need that later. Okay, we are doing good. You know what? I'm gonna plug this guy back in. Make sure we don't lose him. You get in your hole right now, mister. Where is our... Yeah. So we are going to be extra careful here. Oh, look at that. It just took off the other way. Meh. We're going to just stick that guy back in there. Make sure he gets in there. Make sure his little flap is closed. Try not to use the sharp tines on these things. We did not order parts for that. Yeah, doing good. We're doing good. Alright, so these guys are disconnected from here. These two are disconnected from here. We are kind of on our way here. And hopefully we can get this done before 9 here. Okay. See, look at this. Look at this. This is junk. It is dirt. It is probably a dead bug. Little hairs everywhere. Or maybe like a air duster that actually blows all this crap out. Huh? So just blowing it all elsewhere, just suck it up and to someplace, like a little vacuum cleaner. Using like those little nerd keyboard vacuum cleaners, right? Where it's like yay big that you don't suck up anything. Yeah, I get one of those. I haven't used it in a long time though. I think it was like a geek gift or something. Any rate, what else do we have to disconnect here? Right, I think this guy right here, we can disconnect him. Triangle. Means I'm connected to the board. You all one with the board. You will all become one with the board. Let's see here, one over here down towards speaker and RTC. Gotta be careful. Give it a little nudge. Nudge, nudge, nudge. I should really get one of those screwdrivers the homie Woo was talking about. And this is a little practical nudge on it. Yeah. Just gotta be real careful with it. Just little time, little turns at a time, little turn, little turn, little turn, big turn, little turn, little turn, little turn, little turn. Just take your time. Okay, we got this thing going on here. And we are free. Free. We are good. Ready. We'll put that in like order right there. Okay. Let's see here. And of course there's these two back here. Up towards the fan. Hopefully that's the only two of them. We don't have to take anything out. I really don't want to take out the heatsink and the one thing and take things completely apart. You know? Keep it in one piece. And something is up, something up. Okay. So this thing is loose. This thing not so loose. This thing. Okay. I'm gonna check on our manual here, I guess. And let's see here. Well, like I said, we didn't need to do anything about that because all this stuff can stay. This stuff right here can stay except for the wire, so we're good. So what else can we possibly do? We should check the part about the system. Let's see here, speaker. I am really hoping we do not need it. Remove the he's covering the battery. So apparently the heat sink is this entire bar right here. I think these things might be little rubber covers or something. And basically its job is to pipe all the heat that is generated by the the CPU, which is underneath here, and just take it over here. And sadly, thanks to the American education system, my understanding of thermodynamics is a little skewed. So I'll probably want to watch something about that on YouTube eventually. Yeah, it's like... But what I do know is that heat rises, which is a little weird considering this thing is on the bottom. On the other hand, everything here is upside down. So basically, if I take this off right here, we could probably see the CPU, which I really don't want to do because then it'll expose it to all the dust and whatnot. And I really do not want to do that. Speaking of dust, whoop, see that? It's like this teeny tiny crumb right there. Just trying to think what to do at this point. Let's see here. Speaker, heatsink, coin cell, battery, status light cable. Oh yeah, that's one thing. Again, it's plugged into one thing we don't have to worry about messing with that. See your touchpad from the inner edges and the palmer. Don't need to do that. That's for touchpad. Touchpad is fine. Keyboard control. Control board, which is this thing here. Don't need to do that. Subscribe, pray that up. No, I don't need to do it. I don't need to do anything about display assembly. That is completely on the other side. Base cover, battery, solid state, or speaker, heatsink, coin cell. Stash, typewriter. I/O cable, I/O cable. Okay. And then of course, let's see here. There was 2 screws there. Which, thank you for being honest about that. It means there's nothing to remove underneath here. Okay. And then system board. Yeah, we are at that point right there. So, according to this, let's see here. You'll have to tape that secures the antenna cable and the power ports and the system board. My guess is it's all this stuff that's like over here. No, this is that security tape. As you can see, it's just spreading crumbs everywhere. Stop eating toast, laptop. You know this thing was from like the 2010s when even it was eating avocado toast. Just kidding. I never did. So, let's see here. I honestly wonder if we even still need that. Well, maybe to hold things down, but overall, not really. Let's see here. I have a feeling that whatever cable Actually, we should try to preserve it as much as possible because it's actually wrapped around something. And I am thinking that might be like the power stuff, which that's a definite watch out. And lo and behold, here's another screw. Be careful with that. Tug, the tug, the tug, the tug, the tug, 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 tug. Unscrew. Yeah. Here's like I guess a little carbon block or something that's over here. That is probably there to make sure the power is kind of stable. Never remove that. That is kind of a good thing. The only downside with these things is that whenever people add them, you're not very good about putting it somewhere aesthetically pleasing, and so people do stupid things like trying to get rid of stuff, which they shouldn't. Okay, so here we are at, I guess, I'm going to use the tweezers here, and we're going to be careful. Grab the corners, and we're going to try to wobble that out of the one thing kindly. Yeah, no good. Dang, these things are sharp. Of course, it's a match somewhere. Make me see my full head here in a bit. Okay. Yeah, we just need to be super careful. See, right there. And that is actually the power, which I am glad is not completely hooked in there, because see that right there? You know? This is the DC port, this is DC in. So that was nicely done by the manufacturer. Good job, you guys. Okay. And then let's see here. What else do we got? Unplug. I think I might know what I did with that one thing. I think of it. Okay, Google, lights on. My elbow probably got sticky, and next thing you know, it probably slipped underneath there somewhere. But we'll find it eventually. Oh. Yeah. Eventually we gotta find ourselves a little larger place. or we're not using this desk, and we're using something that has a little more space, we can actually work on this stuff. So, at least we now have a theory as to what I did with the screw. And it was my fault all along. And it's probably more like a shoe or something. Shoe? Dang. Aren't you glad that John Waters didn't have his smell-o-vision plan actually go through? Whew. YouTube would just be great. Can you imagine Zuckerberg probably thinking that with his metaverse stuff? It's like, hey everyone, I'm your best friend. I'm going to invite you all to my virtual world that is completely uncanny valley and is going to pretty much be kind of like the Matrix, only a lot lamer. But your uncle who screams on Facebook will be here, but you won't because you told him to shut the F up, and, well, I didn't actually tell him. I told some lady that, and I'm still getting notifications from Facebook of, oh, this violates their standards and practices. Oh, excuse me for not wanting to put up with people who don't like to get vaccines and wear masks, I mean, that's pretty much why the St. Louis County, the council is no longer on here. They use something called Boxcast, which it doesn't even work on my Roku. So let's see here. What else do we got to go through here? Because we took care of all of these over here. And let's see here. It says here there was a, let's see here, camera cable, which camera cable is not there. It's probably somewhere else. In fact, that's probably what this thing is right here. Because we don't see anything like that. And let's see here. You see number 6 here is our speakers. We took those out. Number 5 is our coin battery, which we took out. Let's see here. 1 is so this means that this right here, marked MB, has to be our, our nose cam. Yeah. In fact, if this thing kind of falls out, which hopefully it won't, we're going to see a short cable that just goes underneath the lower bezel because the 2016 version of this has nose cam, not face cam. And it is like 720p, and it's the reason why we are using why we use the webcam, which is now being used to help me out with this streaming cast. And then, about 6 months ago, I got a new laptop because it was like I was getting sick of, the battery not working on this one, and it's having all sorts of problems, and it's like, I do not have time for that. It's a beautiful day. I want to be outside with my computer. I want to be down at Starbucks with my computer. Quarantine's been lifted. People are getting better. Everything's all right. Things are coming up Millhouse. And then, of course, November comes around, and everyone's like, we don't need to do this anymore. And it's like, hey, 2022 is an election year, which is pretty much why here in Missouri we are currently trying to fight off our Attorney General. And I was right. This thing is labeled camera. So, touchscreen camera, DC in. This was very nicely done. And I am glad that it is so easy to just get in there and repair. And I hope everything else on this is just as easy. I'm starting to have my doubts about this right here. I mean, I think we're gonna have to pull that out, which I really don't want to do. I really don't. Okay, so as you can see, there's like this little crumb. I don't know what that is. Yeah, should like a little CSI vision, you know. That little, what is it? You know, CSI back in the 2000s. I was kind of, I mean, I really like the fact that that series came back. I mean, there was like a little scruple about it because everyone was like, oh, maybe they were doing some Hollywood magic on the forensic stuff. Which, honestly, strange story. When I was starting college, everyone wanted to do forensics because everyone was like big fans of CSI. And then, of course, they realized, holy crap, everything smells. It's like, okay, did you not see Silence of the Lambs? You know? I mean, when they are doing the part where they're doing the autopsy and they're like, here, put some camphor over your nose and whatnot. It'll help with the smell of dead body. And I don't know, I mean, I guess everyone was just too hyped up in CSI Mania to realize that. And then eventually they kind of transferred over to, I guess, nursing or marketing or some other major. But that's kind of, that's actually kind of my story of CSI and whatnot. And I am probably going to have to concede with the fact that we are going to have to probably unhook this guy. I really did not want to do that. No, I mean, look at this. System board right here. System board removal is pretty much easy. You unplug the camera, you unplug the power, you unplug the speaker, you unplug the RTC. You disconnect all your peripherals, you know, your mouse, your keyboard, or Bob's your uncle. And then this heartbreaking part, which is we have to go in and unscrew that part. We should probably check to see what the heatsink part looks. I think we did almost everything we could for the heatsink. Heatsink, I mean, like I was saying, I want to keep everything above my, what is it, screwdriver here should come out in one piece. You know? I mean, in fact, note to manufacturers, if you ever think about telling users to DIY, which eventually I know you are, because, you know, right to repair and all that, put everything on a single board that should be together, you know? Such as this guy right here should actually have been plugged into that, you know? I mean, plugged into the daughter board for the, what is it? Keyboard and whatnot, and then have the plug-in that just plugs it right into the system. That was smart. What else? Let's see here. I'm not sure what these two are. I think these two might be like little capacitors or something, because it has like a little cross on it on one end. We're not gonna mess around with that. Let's take a look at keyboard control, I/O board. Where is heatsink? Where is heatsink? Where is heatsink? Where is heatsink? There you are. Okay, that's heatsink. We don't want to do that. What about the fan? Fan. So basically, 1 through 12 on the system board, which, do we have to? The good news is that according to this, there is no Oh wait, there is at least one screw, and that's to just hold it down. So I think we can probably undo the screw there. Again, I do not want to expose anything underneath the heatsink with something else. Again, kudos to the manufacturer for being so forward thinking about this and realizing, hey, eventually people are going to still want to repair their stuff or have someone do repair for them. I mean, Apple has just ruined a lot of things, you know? It's like, yeah, they were like having other people mess with my stuff, you know? Okay, so this is loose. This is kind of loose. Ooh, interesting. Ugh, I have a feeling we're just gonna have to pull that guy out. Okay, I guess we're doing the one thing I really hope that we would not do, and that is the heatsink. Okay. We're gonna have to be extra delicate here. We might have to redo this if it's got goo underneath there that needs to keep things cool. I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine, but I really don't want to expose it too much. So according to this, we gotta take out the... Oh, by the way, before I continue, the screw that I removed was right here. It's right here, and the thing that I said that was interesting was the fact that right here there is like this little, I guess it's a dust bunny or something. And so, let's see here. We're going to unscrew this right here. Keep our forward to get. Remember, light touch, light touch, light touch, light touch. You know? And eventually you'll unscrew. Okay. Touch. Yeah. And pro tip, I guess, that we learned tonight, never set the screws to the right. Always put them in ahead of you, or keep them grouped together with the component that it belongs to. Never put them where your hands are going to be, because then, you know, the amazing disappearing screw. And it's gone. Alright, remember, just little tug, little tug, little tug, little tug, little tug. Don't let it do that, because then of course you went out with these little metal shoes, which are not good. So, especially since remember, these things have a little magnetic tip on them. So we're gonna try to avoid trying to do that. Just as we say, the tug, the tug, the tug. Or for anything, just go on to the next one until we can see right there, that guy right there. He is taking off right here, and he is doing what he's supposed to do. You know. And then this guy, he is taking off. He's supposed to do. Be extra careful, especially around there. Okay, let's try one guy one more time. Like tug. So we're not tearing up our screw. Might be our snip screw. Everything was going fine, and suddenly, the moment of triumph, moment of zenith. Seriously, look at that. You do not want that. You wipe that off. You get... Yeah. We might want to try... We gotta try a smaller one, I guess. No? I wonder what this one is. Yeah, that one's no good. Nope. No. No. Oh, baby. You can do this. Tug, 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 tug. Yeah, this is our one bad screw. Yeah, but joke's on them, because there's like a entire jar of those somewhere around here. Yeah. We could have been friends. And then you reminded us how much you don't like people working on their stuff. Admit it. Katy Perry is your favorite. Unless, of course, I was right all along, and we don't really need to take oh. Hold on. I think there might be another screw underneath this, and yeah, I'm right. There's another screw under the fan. Hopefully that was recorded. Good. So we don't actually have to remove these two. These two can stay in, which is good. It means that we can keep everything together. Everything. And lo and behold, we don't actually have to take... and I was right. We don't have to... yeah, I can probably just screw this back in, you know, as best I can. We can just start putting these guys back together because they're not screwed into the mount. Good. As I said, I don't want to go in here, and I'm glad I don't have to, because now we can pretty much keep this safe. Safe and sound, baby. And you know what else we learned? Probably didn't have to take out the Wi-Fi cable, but considering the fact that there's all these other little things there, it probably would have helped anyway. Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, we can just mark that as a chapter in our stream here, which I'm going to keep this thing up. We're going to divide it into smaller parts later, you know? That seems to be a thing, chaptering. So that's a new feature, which I really like. Yeah, right. And then now that we have that, we can just pop out everything in one piece. One piece, baby. Like your favorite anime. Well, not mine. I haven't really watched the whole that redhead with the huge... oh, never mind. I'm going to be a gentleman about that. Okay. And lo and behold, look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Ooh, pretty. We made it. We did it. No? And the only downfall is that we still have this cable here, which I have a feeling that this probably goes to the lighting unit, goes into the screen, which I'm trying to think of, oh, where can I disconnect? Well, it's obviously on the window, but we're not going to do that. Like I said, we just need to get in and clean stuff out here. I'm not sure what that one's for. But look at that. That is just pure dust. You know? It's like, Poppy, were you doing cocaine? I did cocaine! Oh no, this thing ran out here again. I was doing that one day. He's like, Dr. Rexo, the rock in the ground. Yes. I actually like that shit. Okay. Since we don't exactly have any air left, here's what we can do. We can pretty much dust this off, you know? This is like a little broom here. It has soft little one things here, so it should be kind enough to just help us wipe the crap out of here. So sweep it out since we don't exactly have the compressed air anymore. Just be real kind, real kissing. Do Bob Ross. Bob Ross. Real, you know, we put a happy tree right over here. Because everything makes us happy. No brushes. There are no mistakes. Yeah. I mean, I can't believe that guy could be so zen. You know, I mean, can you imagine if you ever pissed Bob Ross off? No. I mean, this is a dude that used to be like in the Air Force or something, you know? I mean, I was like, yeah? Yeah. It's like, I mean, he does a little NPR voice on screen, but you should notice he probably was like screaming at the top of his lungs or something. Sprazer, it's not like in like a documentary about him. Yeah. Like a David Fincher film or something. Okay, where did I put, jeez, the screwdriver here. Oh, well, here's something of interest right here. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. I think these might be our cores. Or it's internal memory. Actually, no, it's internal memory. This is why you can't actually replace the memory on this, because 2, 4, 6, 8. This thing came with 8 gigs of memory, and what do you know? 2, 4, 6. There's our memory right there. It's been right there the whole time. You're not gonna keep your one thing up there. Although you should probably do something about this. Nasty little dust bunny right there. Yeah. No, we'll deal with that later. And then let's see here. But here we are. We're at the part where we want to be. And right here you can see right here, if I can go a little higher, this right here is the power button. And let's see what I was saying. 2, 4, 6, 8 gigs of memory. And then let's see here. There's a built-in RAM right there, which kind of makes you wonder, could they have made it expandable? I mean, interesting, yeah? So at any rate, try not to lose my stuff here if my foot does not step on the power cable on my lappy. Okay. And then let's see here. We're going to probably start working on our keyboard here. Here's a screw right here. There's a screw. There's a screw. There's a screw. But not the ones in the middle. The ones in the middle, those are probably the ones that held it together. Because, actually, yeah, we might be taking those out later, but for the moment, you know, like you were saying, start with the edges. We'll just bounce over here to our dock here, and then we are going to go into, what is it? Remove keyboard. So basically we've done steps 1 through 10 here. We've pretty much done part 1. And let's see here. Note the touching of the touchpad cable, the I/O board cable, and the touting the touchpad cable, touting of the touchpad cable, the I/O board cable, and the keyboard control board cable, and peel off cable from the keyboard. Okay, whatever that means. And then of course, Screwzilla. Look at that. No, it says right here, 30 screws. 30 screws. So we're gonna need like a bucket or something. The good news is all these are gonna be the same screws right here. And we are gonna need all of those screws when we put in the new one, because this thing doesn't come with any screws. You know? Like, so maybe now would be a good time for a quick break. Let's see here. We'll take a 5-minute break here, and then we're gonna get into nitty gritty here, and we're probably gonna hopefully find our missing speaker screw that, well, I thought I had around me. Let's see here. Okay, Google, lights out. So we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break here. You know, I feel my stars might go out here, which boop, and pop that back on. Yeah, I never really used the Bluetooth in my life because the speaker on it's like ugh. So I just realized I look like a middle-aged Nick Avocado. I am your warning from the future. Stop trying to overeat. You are not as pretty as you think you are. All beauty is fleeting. So anyway, I am going to be right back. I'm going to get me some more root beer. And then I'm also going to get like a little cup for, I guess, all these screws. And we are going to finally get to the meat and potatoes of this thing. You know? In a moment. I guess at 9:10. Because right now it's 9:03. BRB. It's just checking something. Never mind. We are in quorum. Actually, we do not have a quorum. Wrong word. Yeah. Quorum call. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, let me find. Okay, Google lights on. Okay. You're watching C-SPAN 4. Up next, Ted Cruz picks his nose. Next time I'll have some cover art. care of a few items. Let's see here. Okay, go to lights out. Sorry, I cannot seem to figure out what's up with. It's reflecting up there. At any rate, I have picked up a small little cup here, which is going to be good enough to hold all of our little keyboard screws in, because there are 30 of them, and as you saw earlier, we lost the screw to the, what is it, to the speakers, which, honestly, I just can't believe I did. Especially since, well, wait a second. I just had a thought. Ooh, let's go to desk mode. So, at any rate, here's the thing about speakers. Speakers work because they have magnets. See that screw right there? So, as you can see, the way to keep the magnet from being, well, into the speaker is to put them into one of the little grommet holes, like here, with the little rubber pads, you know? And me, being the dumb idiot I am, I kind of forgot, what is it? I could probably use that to maybe find out what to do that screw. Pop up another soda here. Should really get me some beers or something. So at any rate, my guess is we need to find. We should probably use something that would use magnets to find the missing screw. Which I really cannot believe I lost. You notice how on this thing, you notice they don't have the little fuzzy effect, you know? Here it's like just square. I'm sure there's probably something. I just didn't feel like working on it. You know, I just want to make a big long stream, and then, you know, I mean, eventually we'll go back and we'll edit this, and we'll make like smaller parts into it, or edit it and take out all the parts where I was searching for the screw and whatnot. And I'm kind of glad that I remembered that. So. We're going to pretty much find our missing part here, eventually. I mean, while I was out, I literally checked to make sure. I mean, I took my pants off to check to make sure I didn't have like a, what is it? One of those, screws stuck in there, because the screw is colored black, and I'm wearing a pants that are black, and this chair I'm in is colored black, and I just want to make sure I didn't lose it somewhere, because you know how it is. It just sucks losing stuff, you know? I mean, don't you just hate doing that? Yep. So where are we at? Currently, nobody's out there watching. MBD. Here's the one guy who does watch. A DVD. Sorry. I'm not too good with acrylic. D-A-B. You know what? pretty sure it's David. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm not going to let you sell whatever that thing is. Okay. So anyway, I just want to make sure of something. We need to get back to what we're doing here. Let's see here. I mean, like I said, I am open to pretty much email right now. I mean, you can pretty much, I'm pretty sure you can leave comments here, you know? I get a few people probably the next 5 minutes like, don't you dare make fun of Nick Avocado. Whatever, Nick. You know? At least I don't eat my face full of Chick-fil-A. Alrighty. Time for Screwtown. Yeah. Hey everybody, we're going down to Screwtown! Whee! You're such a naughty person, aren't you? Yeah. Get a t-shirt that says, I went down to Screwtown! I lost my keyboard at Screwtown! I mean, okay. Maybe I should shift this over just a bit, just to let you know. These screws right here, they do not have a whole lot of depth in them. You know? I mean, the keyboard itself, keyboard is pretty much going to be like these little membrane things. And I know that mechanical keyboards are like this big thing these days, especially with gamers and whatnot. But you can't stick a mechanical keyboard into a laptop unless you're really clever and stick all the computer components, say, down the wrist rest, which is going to be a little weird, especially with the weight distribution and probably heating. Pardon. So, let's see here. What else can we learn from this? This thing says color BJ7. So, maybe it means something else? Maybe we can peel this back. We don't have to worry about that. I mean, let's count the screws here. We have one screw. Starting with the edges. 2. 3. 4. 5. Raise this up a bit. And this one too, because it should get in my eyes. Let's see here. Good news is we don't have to worry about glare. 6. 7. 8. 9. Keep in mind, we do not need to unscrew these. I mean, we're not dealing with the trackpad. Trackpad is fine. And even after the whole thing with the battery, the trackpad is still pretty much doing well. Let's see here. This should be 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. All right, can we lift this up yet? Apparently not. Okay, so that is of interest. So there's 16 on the outside. So now we gotta take care of the other 14. Let's do it again from the back. Here's number 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. I mean, should be noted that I have taken apart keyboards this far down before, and I mean laptops this far down before, right down the keyboard, and this one is probably the most held in. I'm thinking this might be 21 or something. Yeah, we'll do a recount when this is over. We'll hire the cyber ninjas since they're out of work. 22. 23. 24. 25. Check underneath here, make sure that it's not stuck. And we make sure. I think this might be. I'm pretty sure I miscounted. Unless, of course, there's somewhere I can't think of. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this back row here. Make sure that this guy right here isn't trying to be deceptive. Yeah, it's cool. Okay. I'm not even sure what this thing is over here anyway. I see this. I mean, it goes over for fan right there. Okay. Oh, here's one more. Yeah, imagine if I lost one of these screws. I would be despondent. And here it is. This right here is the old keyboard. You know? It's like, oh, why does it look so nice and clean and whatnot? It's because on the other side here is the plastic one thing I've been using. So we're on the other side. You know? I mean, we just did some brain surgery here, baby. Yeah. We almost done. Okay, hard part over. We will thank this keyboard here kindly for its service. And let's see here. In its stead is this other keyboard, which clearly looks like it's been made by another manufacturer. This one says C and Y. And this one is Darfon. Safety, regular product. So at any rate, let's see here. Any luck, it'll pretty much be the same part that we had earlier. Right here, you'll take a note that there is like this little pad stuff right here. We didn't get any of that, so hopefully that won't be a big deal. I'm supposing it is there because, well, keeps the one stuff down. But we do know that this thing is held down with adhesive, which is probably what this thing is covering right here, with the 3M stuff on it. So we shall retire this and thank it kindly for its service. And we will put in the new one this time. Okay, so here's the thing. We're not going to do the adhesive just yet. We're definitely going to want to clean stuff out because look at this. Oh, God, I forgot. This thing has no gas in it. No. This thing right here, it has no gas in it. No. Call it a Nova because it no go. So we're going to have to get in here, scrape stuff out, do it manual. Ding, 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 ding. Look at this. We're going to probably have to pull a glob of hair somewhere. It's like, never let a Wookiee use your computer. Yeah, we're sure that we'll get the other stuff when we get back to the other side. We'll get back to the other side. We got back to the other side. So look, echo. David is awesome. He has done everything, you know. I mean, he was a dad in, was it something about Mary? He was. I mean, he fought. Was it Roddy Piper in They Live? He's pretty much done everything from like this guy who's like completely nice and whatnot to a guy who's kind of like, I'm gonna kick your ass or something, you know. I mean, that guy has range, you know. And he's up. I mean, Cowboy, it was a good pick that he was in like, was it Community, I guess? Season 6? Still working on that movie, I think. Okay. Right, so we've had to move all of our cables back on this side here because there was some stuff that was kind of hiding out on the other side. It's like, nope. I mean, that's the best part about keyboard. Keyboards have all their little slots in one space, which is very nice, very neat. Okay, so here's what we're doing here. We are going to be removing this because this right here likely has our adhesive that keeps the keyboard cable neatly tucked in the back. And we are going to just flip it over like an omelet. Nice and tight. And okay. forget that over here is our power, our lighting element. And because we have this here, we can simply do that. And let's see here. I mean, isn't this great? We finally got the keyboard here. It says label area. Yeah, label area. Should we stick a label somewhere? Repaired in the USA. Yeah, look for the label something. Boy, I need to get a life, don't I? Okay. So we're going to stick the new element in here. Remember how I mentioned, let's see here, there might be a little bit of a zoom in right here. We're going to, pardon the reflection. We're going to go in here. We're going to, this guy right here is not wanting to be stable. Take your meds. Get stable. And I was like, oh wait, did you notice I didn't put on my one thing on the way back? Don't worry, I think we're doing pretty fine at this point. It's not like we're gonna be rubbing our feet on the floor. I mean, I still have my shoes on. Another good idea. See, that is, there we go. And then just left. And watch as it just leans over again. And then I'm like, no, you get your ass back over here. And I'm going to tighten this thing down harder. Something's gonna break. It's like this old plastic thing that just will not stay where it is. Okay, so here are good friends, Mr. Sharp Tweezers here. And we are going to slide this thing in where this part is right here. On the top, just a wee bit, so my finger can get in there. You know what? Let's just use one of these things here. And there we go. Just need to get in there. Okay. And once it's in there, close the bridge. Close the gate. Alrighty, and so our keyboard light is finally back in. Next part, we need to take care of the adhesive that's right here. And basically we have got to make a 45-degree one thing here. So it might be a good idea to give it a little fold beforehand. I mean, it shouldn't be too much of a deal. I mean, it was like that with the previous one. And I'm pretty sure it's durable enough to do this with the other one. I mean, we're not crossing wires, nothing's exposed. So we should be good. You know, just give it a nice flat fold there. Fold Friday. Yeah. Because today is Flat Fold Friday. There's another F in there. We're not going to use that in our video. Okay. Once we get a nice crease going here, we can take the stuff off and we can pretty much fold it right in there. We just hold it down just a little bit, just give it a little adhesive kick in and help us out with our fold here. And the back side of this. One thing, help us flatten it out. You know, like a little electronic origami. Let me move this. You know. Okay. And then let's see here. And since there really isn't anything holding this down the other side, which I'm actually surprised it didn't have something like that for the other side for when, I don't know, we decide to complete that, because the other one did. We should be able to just stick this into the keyboard flap here. Let's see here, get our tweezers here, make sure everything is upright. Open the gate. And let's see here. Make sure it stays up till we get our one thing in. You can see there's like a little one thing to help us out. And it should be right in there. Nice and good. Anything, give it a little more of a and it's a little pain in the ass, isn't it? You know? Remember, be very careful around this, because this will tear if tweezers put a hole in it. I mean, that hard way over there. Fortunately, this is the part we are replacing. Yeah, well, pain in the butt that is. Okay. Let me do a top. Check my view here. Do I have it right? Maybe they just add like a little slack to it. No? I mean, this is exactly where they should have had a little bit of adhesive on the back, because then now it feels like, okay, maybe I should. There's a good idea. Let's try to pull back our other part here. Maybe work our way that way instead. See? And now we have fixed our problem. I mean, there's a little bit of a wrinkle still there, but overall, we've kind of resolved this. Good. Right. Like I was saying, it doesn't have the one thing like we had before, but still, this is much more manageable. We can pretty much close the one thing here, and it is now locked in. And congratulations, we have done it. We have put the keyboard back in. It's time to put everything else back together. So, item 1 on our list is complete. And only took us, what, about 3 hours, I guess. You know? I mean, a professional probably would have done this a little faster, but, you know, like, I don't do this for a living. Okay, so before I get into that, let's try to deal with the little dust bunny and the one thing here, which we kind of need to get in here, and we need to take him out. I think just need to grab my fingers back there, and look at this. Look at this. This is filth. Get away from the other computer. Okay. So, oh wait, forgot. We gotta put the screws back in. Let's work on that. Excellent. Of course, I would much rather have some other root beer. You know, like Fitz's here in St. Louis does a good job of it. There's like ski soda, which is like an, I guess, Roxana or something. All right. Right. Yeah. And then I think we could put the safety tape back down since, well, we didn't really take out this part, and we didn't really, oh wait, we still got to put in these two screws, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, put in numbers 5 and 6 here. Number 5. Number 6, and we can put down the safety tape again. It's probably not going to be as adhesive as it was, but honestly, I didn't even know they still made the tape with the colors in it, you know. I mean, Sullivan was real popular in, say, the 70s, and kind of made a popularity come back in late 80s, because there was, like, seen that. But the plus side with cellophane, especially color cellophane, is that it was used in a lot of art projects, especially if you want to use color filters, which that was probably one of their big selling points, I guess. But overall, most people just use it as cling wrap, So this is number 7. It's in there nicely. Number 8. Number 9. One of the things I did when I bought the newer computer, which is also a Dell XPS, but circa 2020 and has the camera is right here rather than, looking up your nose, is, what is it? Is the fact that more likely if we took apart this thing right now, which I'm not going to do, it probably would have the pretty much same layout or whatnot, which is good. The USB-S the USB 3 cables that were USB 2 style are now all USB 3 with Thunderbolt on them. And the power plug is also USB, so there's no more DC port. That's going to be of interest. So if anyone does a teardown video of that, please share. I'd like to see it. We're gonna pretty much recut this live stream into like a shorter film. Probably next few days. Maybe. I do have a little bit of experience doing video stuff, so that should be fun. Breaking out the OBS and working with some open source video editing. Here's the thing. I really like OBS. I like OBS. What OBS has become. There's a few other versions of it. Was it Streamlab OBS? There's some X-Clip thing. Most of it is like stuff that's trying to bog it down. And then let's see here, there was the Twitch version of it, I think, which was okay. The setup for layouts was easy. That I really liked. It had a few layouts and whatnot that I really enjoyed. Might move some of the videos from Twitch over to YouTube, but overall, I'm really liking this thing here. The magnets are kind of getting finicky. Let me move this up. You can see the ring light is kind of spoiling the view. But hey, we kind of need it. Otherwise, we can't see anything else. I am pretty sure I know what happened to that one screw, though. Come on, get it right there. Another good feature about the new 2020, actually this is actually a 2021 Dell XPS, which is like a 9305, I think. Has 97 on it. Is the fact that, it doesn't have that flap at the bottom anymore. So, I had a technician work on that since, hey, you know, it's under warranty. This one right here is not under warranty, so I'll let the tech work on the new stuff. The old stuff, you know, I'm just gonna do this because I can, and because I know what's in it, and because, well, it's been taken apart like 3 different times. 4, I guess. These certain things. And that's kind of what it should just be. It should just be, you know, some no nonsense, easy repair thing. Maybe not 30 screws holding the keyboard. I mean, there's probably a better way to do that. Like, I don't know. Little button things like the Wi-Fi connectors. Okay. This one is being a little bit of a brat. I'm gonna switch to desk. Here we go. And then take it. I've been meaning to do this other times. I thought about doing this during the day, but there's too much light in the room during the day. And then, of course, I kind of live with my folks, so it's like, you know, hoping to move out this year, so that's a big plus. Yeah. Let's see here. Look at that. That is a cat whisker. Yeah. Yeah. One of the kitties. Little furs in it. I'm not going to talk about my cats. My cats have their own video. And I know about the video where some people decide, hey, we're going to tail your video and we're going to put it part of our compilation video and we're going to pretty much sell everyone the idea. Actually monetize your video in our video. And to that person who stole my video for your video of my cat filling around with tree frog in the window, you better be putting a big old lot of money into my Cash App link.
Sorry, I don't have any information about that.
I'm not talking.
Okay,
Google, stop. I have no idea why she did that. I wasn't even talking about her. I didn't say. Hey, that's been a little weird, huh? Anyway, but anyway, to the people who pretty much stole my the video of me recording my cat playing with a tree frog and sold it for your own monetization as a compilation of animal videos, you better start either A, thinking about your life choices, you know, especially since I am going to be making sure that your video gets taken down as a copyright strike, you know, because that is my cat, and I took it because I like my cat, and I like the fact that there was a little tree frog there in the summer. It was like, I guess, 05, 06 or something like that. And I noticed you just outright did this with a whole lot of videos. So I'm hoping to make sure that does not happen ever again. In fact, why didn't I watermark this? You know? Yeah. It's probably some guy with an accent thicker than mud that is going to probably run this over with loud, noisy techno music or something. It's the one thing I do not put in my videos, you know? Unless we're going to a... Was it... Not Dead Mouse, but it's the other guy who does Sad Machine. Who was that? Porter Robinson. Yeah. I mean, unless I am bootlegging a Porter Robinson concert, which I would never bootleg a concert. I mean, that's kind of rude. I mean, you could take a photo, I guess. I mean, get a photo saying, hey, I saw you, I was here, that was awesome. That's cool, but recording the dang video, I mean, bootlegging was cool when you could do it, was it cassette tapes. It's not so cool now that we have, cell phones, you know? I mean, there's a bit of a nostalgia lost in that, you know? It's sort of like, the difference between committing a robbery, which I would never do, and, say, having your assets taken, in some sort of cybercrime. Which, okay, I'm thinking this might or might not be. I don't think that hole is the right one. So, yeah, we'll find out later when we have how many screws left. So we already taken care of the outsides, and we already taken care of this first row here. I don't think there's any other row, is there? Check the dock. The doc says there's... Yeah, it's not the one that's in the center. I mean, we took care of that one, I think, right? And there's no other holes to put in here. So, you ever notice this? Right here, this stuff right here is already... Anyways, like I was saying, it's kind of like the same feel about it, you know? I mean, well, you shouldn't really be bootlegging anyway, but some people actually do that, and to them, you really ought not to. Oh, wait, here we go. Right there. Pretty sure it's right there, right? No? No, that's not a hole. This one is, I think. Yeah, because I know there was one. It's supposed to be right here, just south of the center dot here. That is the Arky things just rubbing up against each other. Let's see, there's one in the center. Not this one, not that one. Let's see here, how much we got? 2, 4, 6, 8 left, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we're doing good. Yeah, we got just the right number of screws here. And I just noticed that I kind of messed up my screws over there. I should have used more of these little glass cup things. Typically we just use them for like salsa or something. I picked up this in the dining room. I should actually probably pick up something a little more professional, say on, I don't know, Amazon or Micro Center or something like that. You know, for some electronics retailer. Yeah. So just need to get this in here. Here's another. And you notice this right here? This right here has got like a little tuck in there, I think. Why didn't the big one have that? sure. And let's see here. Can you believe it? This keyboard has this many screws in it? Keyboard I had on a laptop 10 years ago didn't have this many screws. And that's it. It's all done. Keyboard installed. Achievement. Okay. Bravo. Round of applause. Right. Now for the hard part is putting this thing back together. I'm really hoping that what was going on with it was just age on the keyboard, because, you know, without bad habit, I just typing real hard on the keys sometimes. Come on. Give me some. I don't think we're going to be able to get the air out of there. So like I was saying earlier, I'd like to have everything nicely put together over here. And thankfully we did not have to remove the heatsink. We should really never do that, because once you get stuff on the central processor, you know, then it's kind of like you kind of screwed things up, and that is no fun. So we are doing good here. We are on to the next part here, which I believe we could just simply let's see here. We can lift up the latch here, and we can stick our touchpad cable back in here and make sure everything is in nice position here. Yeah. We can probably press this down, I guess, so it can stick there. Slide that back in there and close the latch. Okay, then we can just spread this out as much as possible. Stick this back in here. Make sure that the other end is pushed in, because we kind of did take it out a little bit. And let's see here. Put this thing back in. We're not going to put in the coin battery just yet, because I think we're going to need to do what they did with the coin battery, and we're going to probably need the twist up the cables just a little bit to conserve some space, because remember, we're working on this in a laptop, and everything about a laptop is done to do things in this tight, cramped space, which is why everyone's like, we don't let you mess around with your laptop. And it's like, oh, I got some bad news. You know, people are going to do that. Okay, so our camera is back in here. Fortunately, we don't need to use a latch. We just push it in there. Okay, push it back in. Nicely done. I'm just going to get ahead here and start putting the Wi-Fi thing back in here. Yeah. I think next time we won't need to remove it. Okay. Remember that little metal wing nut looking thing goes below this. So it goes on top of the... Oh wait, and don't forget to push the one things back in. Remember, button connectors should have like a little small snap. Let's see if I can zoom in on that. Because right here, white and black. It pops right in. Nice little snap. Doesn't need to be too loud or too hard. You'll know it's in there when it stays in there. And then so our Wi-Fi antennas are back in their position. Make sure. Okay. And then let's see here. There's a little dent goes on the outer part, not the inner part, because you know. Wait, forgot screwdriver. Okay. Let me zoom back out here. You notice on the label here, 2 triangles. White for main, A for auxiliary. In case you're wondering, the Wi-Fi antennas are conveniently put on the sides of, on each side of the display. So basically you could, the sides of the display, which are in a metal enclosure on the other side, will pretty much act as the metal part of the antenna. So we are in, we are good. Camera's in, and we can also put our DC jack back in. Nice. Put the safety tape down, make sure the Wi-Fi antennas and the other thing stay on the inside of this part right here, because that is the outside. Okay. Very good. Very good, very good. We are halfway home, we just need to put the screws back in. Now remember, there is screw here, 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 and screw here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 4, 6, 8, yeah, 9 screws. So there are, what is it? One that goes underneath the one thing right here, which is like the one thing. We'll probably do that first. We do not need to remove these two. These two connect to a display chip that goes around the fan and then into the one thing. And like I was saying, we're not dealing with the screen because our screen is fine. You know? I mean, knock on wood, nothing breaks on that end. You know? In fact, I'm going to tell you my secret on making sure that your screen can pretty much stay alive for as long as it does. So, at any rate, we are starting with corner here on the Dobo. Just a reminder, I think we are using a Phillips double knot, double zero, whatever it's called. We pretty much use that pretty much throughout the one thing. We did that with the keyboard. We're doing it here with the internals here, I guess, except for maybe the, what is it? The speakers. And number 2. And let's see here, number 3, right here, next to the fan. Yeah, I really like the fact that the air filter thingy was like right there next to the heat sink the whole time. So basically what it does, it just takes all the heat that's from here, channels it here, and then the fan just blows it out. A larger computer probably had like 2 fans or something, but as usual, the more moving parts and the more stuff that creates heat, the more energy you gotta use on it. So, whereas I kind of like to not use that much power. And especially since I can like use a USB dongle or something to plug into a TV or something. Well, not USB, but what is it? That one port. Okay, we're gonna take care of this guy right here because he's like underneath there, and he's like, I'm hiding underneath here. And it's like, no, you're not hiding underneath there. You're not gonna hide there. So take your medicine. Take that pill. Get the screw in you. Oh boy. I mean, once you start, have you noticed that we haven't really switched into the view where we have the documentation this side lately? I mean, we don't really need to do it all much because now we know everything is are, and it's like, okay, my mind is just rolling back to, okay, where was everything earlier? I mean, sure, there's a few spots that I could probably list, and let's see here. Say, Honestly, I think they should have just made this all one big chip, just hold together in one piece, and then, you know, that's just my opinion. I should go back in the desk mode here. And then let's see here. Almost there. Come on. Get in there. Come on, come on, come on. Get in there, get in there, get in there, get in there. Getting in there. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. And then let's see here. It's probably the hardest ones. I can only oh, bother! I forgot that one that's near the. Unfortunately, it's not duct tape or something like that, so we're good. So, pretty much, remember anywhere there is a white triangle is pretty much where you need to put things in here. So, yeah. So not here and not here, but definitely here and I think here. Okay. Look at this. Another place it's gonna be is like right here. So. Probably take the safety tape off that. It'd probably be like a triangle shape there or something. Just can't believe I ran out of compressed air. So here's one more screw right there, and then there's the one here, and we will be almost done here. Putting the speakers again. Look at that. Here it is, our golden spike moment. Try to make sure that tape is still in here. Should be. Okay. All right. Excellent. I'll just make sure we got everything else tied in here. Right. Just a quick note. There is this little white thing right here that is like just near the battery port. This is for UART. If anyone does any hardware hacking with, say, Raspberry Pi or Arduino. That's pretty much the same thing. I just wanted to point that out. I haven't really done any UART stuff. I mean, I'm more of a software developer than a hardware kind of guy. So, look at that. We are halfway there. The only thing we're not doing is living on a prayer. Okay, so, hey, look what we found. We found the screw. It's underneath this battery thing all along. Oh, so I was right. So anyway, like I was gonna say, with the RTC battery, you're gonna notice that this cable is a lot shorter than, say, I guess this cable. My guess is they probably tighten it up a little bit so it would like fit in here. There's also a little bit of adhesive sticker on one side. So we're gonna put this in, I guess, after we put the speakers back in, because here I was for the last 3 hours fretting over what happened to that screw, and now we know. And welcome home, buddy. Yeah. I'm gonna put our speakers back in. Make sure we don't lose our practical screw. A bit of Bible ref, you know. I'm trying to be a little bit spiritual, not all that evangelical, you know. I mean, a little bit of faith doesn't hurt a whole lot. Can really screw things up, though. I was going to do this with a PH0, but since I still have the PH2 here, I'm still going to use that on here. Okay. And don't worry about the rubber seals, so as long as they stay under the screw. Let's see, I probably should take this one out and adjust it just a tad. It should not really be sticking out like that. Yeah, this rubber grommet is kind of supposed to be halfway wedged between this plastic thing right here. You see this plastic thing, it's right here, and you see this little wedge that's right in there, so I think we need to just adjust it just a little bit. Keep it right side up. Maybe knock the crap off it first. No? Yeah. Super nice. It's a good spiritual film. Lily's in the Field. Sidney Poitier. And he passed away today. Wondering guy who kind of helps out a bunch of German immigrant nuns. Like a little chapel for him. Tries to get along with them and whatnot. They keep calling him Schmidt. His name is Smith. His last name is Smith. You know. think everyone can remember the last part where it's like he's saying Amen, which I think is like I forget the name of the band. I was looking it up earlier today, but that was like in the 60s, and I think what we consider rock and roll kind of kicked in, say, around 65, not really around where the Beatles had it, but definitely more like the sound was there. I mean, you had Chuck Berry, you had what's her name, who's considered like the mother of blues. I forget her name, my apologies. She's been around. And then I guess when people saw like Elvis doing stuff, it's like, you know what, we should do this too, you know. At any rate, let's try to focus on this. We are finally got our speakers back in. Hooray! Okay, so we just need to put our wire back in. We need to plug that back in over here. It's going to be real tricky, is trying to get our real-time clock one thing here. And don't worry about this too much. This it's been pushed around a few times anyway. Let's get down to this business. I'm pretty sure it is time to say goodbye to this battery and say hello to this battery. Right, so we should be ready to stick this back in. So this battery, I believe, is a, what is it? ML220 RTC 13 or something. 2-pin, 2-wire Dell. Let's see here. Also goes into like a Dell XPS 15 or something. So that's nice. So I think we'll need to like not go that far down, but definitely go around here and start twisting it together so we still have room here, because honestly, actually we should be twisting it the other way. Yeah. Twist, 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 twist. What a twist. Twist, 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 twister, twist and shout. And just keep rolling it down so it looks kind of like what this is here. This little curl is actually going to conserve our space here a little better. Don't remove the adhesive just yet, so we'll take care of that later. And try not to get it too bunched up on, just give it enough space to just, you know, get that classic twist, you know, like you were making a pretzel or something. See? Now that is a mighty fine twist. Twist, twist, twist. Okay, so we should be able to plug this thing in to our one thing now. And it has the same port. The little bits should be downward, so basically it should pretty much look like the same as it did beforehand. And just try to squeeze it in there somehow. Get the tweezers. Just making sure here. Yeah, that's right. Okay. It's RTC. We might want to check on our BIOS later. On the other hand, Windows should be able to do some network clock stuff. And there we go. It's in there. It's in there. Keep pushing. Keep pushing until it's all the way in there. Back down. See, that's the hard part about doing this. It's like there's a little too much force. You should have like two different tweezers. These are just two things. Problematic, I think. Okay. So we're gonna need to get this thing to be in here nice and tight. Make sure our grommet is in the right place. Put this up to a P0. Wait. Yeah, P0 on our speaker screws here. Nice and tight so you don't wobble around. The grommets should take care of the vibrations. Okay. And we can just put our double knot back in. And there's this really small triple knot in there. Okay, so here it is. This thing right here is a really small thing. Tuck it in underneath as many wires as you can, and then you can peel off the 3M thing here, and it should open to some adhesive stuff here. We can just squeeze that in, like over here, like it was earlier. Just not be afraid to okay. And we have done 2 of the 3 things that we have done, and we are on fire. Well, not literally, but it feels good to get this stuff done. Okay, time for the grand finale. Grand finale is we install the battery. Here it is, 10:30 at night here. Now, I was really happy. Let me start up by this. I was really happy when these guys came in here and just they didn't come here literally, but they added this piece of document right here, which had instructions for what to do about laptop battery, and it's your laptop battery instruction manual. This I wish would have came with the iFixit kit I bought 2 years ago when I bought the battery from them. And they mentioned something about avoiding installing battery heat sources. No duh. Let's see here. For connecting, polish the terminals of the battery. Make sure they're metallic and bright. We don't really need to do that. I mean, yeah. Let's see here. Positive pole of the battery shall be connected with positive. I mean, this thing has a slot on here that should be pretty simple to use. So, okay. So where is our final part here? Let's see here, injury warning and whatnot, and then let's see here, warranty, promise to replace the battery if it's not caused by human factors did the warning part, so we're going to be witnessing to that. Let's see, and as usual, do not continue using if there is severe swelling, which is what we had with the other thing. And that's pretty much where we're going here. We are, but this part right here that I really like, the battery should be reused frequently. It is recommended to use it at least once every 2 months. The battery performance can reach the best condition. Discharge first to 3% and then refill. And let's see here, the battery stored more than a long time, not used more than 3 months, must be charged more than 80%, otherwise the battery will easily be damaged and not charged. Let's see here, when the battery has been out of date for a long time, it's usually 2 years since it's been manufactured. Please remove the battery from the laptop to avoid the risk of cause for explosion. We won't have to worry about that. And usually that is what the RTC clock usually takes care of. It takes care of the time and whatnot. Like a little Seiko watch battery. And then let's see here. Trying to think, what was it they were mentioning? They're mentioning something about when it reaches 100%, because this is a thing that I noticed I had an issue with it. Oh wait, here it is. Item number 2. I should actually read these things in order. Let's see here. When using laptop battery for the first time, please discharge it to 3% and refill it in cycle 3 or 4 times. If the following 2 problems occur, when the battery is charged to 100% or the battery has been fully charged, the moment it begins to discharge, it shows 0% power. You can place the laptop cover back and discharge it in standby mode. In standby mode, after the power is discharged, the laptop will turn off and you can recharge it. You can solve this problem. If you can't solve this problem, please contact us immediately. I wish that the guys that I fixed it had this little card right here, especially with points 1 and 2. So we are almost done here. We just need to get our battery out here. And lo and behold, our battery is in a nice little static bag. With a little static symbol on it. Maybe we should actually be using our plug thing. I mean, we're not going to start working on the battery until we get our other thing put back in anyway, so we should probably put this thing back on. We're almost done with this anyway, so almost there, almost there, almost there. And then let's see here. Let's quickly knock out this part here. Right, we got our M2 back in here. We're gonna stick that back in with our, I guess, Phillips double knot here. And it might want us to go into BIOS later because of new battery or something, but still, I'm happy we got all this stuff taken care of. I don't think I could have done this without having a second computer around here to show everyone how to do this stuff. Okay, time to open this up. Look at this. Right? This looks like a lot better than this. Right? You see that? You know? This is bad. This is good. You know? So, you're just gonna stick that right here. Make sure our cable is here. Make sure our, actually take this out just a little bit and then get the audio cable back underneath and make sure that our audio cable is just get our audio cable in there. See that we are almost done. Look at this. We literally took this thing apart and it is almost put back together. Look at that. It just fits like a glove. Right. Just stick this in between here. I think. Stick. You ever wonder what they do when they have to do surgery on someone? And it's like, okay, how do we put the stuff back in? Okay. We're almost there. We just gotta get the dang port plugged in. And we are almost back in business here. See that? That's how easy it is. That is how easy it is to just swap out a battery on this thing. Keyboard, not so much, but battery is just chef kiss. Okay, so earlier I mentioned they took the screws out. So here's the thing. There should be like 3 black screws or something around here. This one has an this one claims to be an M2, what is it? M2 by 2. That's our big black squares. I mean, our big, black screws. The big tops on them. Like the ones that are right here next on the, speakers. And then we can just screw that one in. And it works great. And we can screw in this other one. There's also a 2 by 2 that should also be good. Supposedly there's a third one that should be around here. I'm hoping it's still around here. Oh yes, it is. Yeah. I had an issue with one of my kitties trying to jump up on the desk earlier this week, and it's like, are you asking for a death wish, son? So that's pretty much it right there. Okay, we're nicely screwed back in. Let's see here, what else do we gotta do? Let's see, according to this, there is a 1.6 inch wide, what is it, M by 4 millimeter long, so I'm thinking it might be, no, because this one right here, this long one right here is supposed to be for that center. So who could it be? This. Yeah, this is why Kitty should never be on counters. Never let Kitty on the table. Besides, he doesn't wipe his behind. Okay, so let's count. We're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm thinking this guy right here thinking this guy right here is our M6 by 4. Slightly taller, but not the tallest. The tallest one is going to go where our middle screw is. So this is the guy. Yeah. So if you're going to do something like this, you definitely get something that allows you to, I guess, organize your screws. Like these little slots, so you can remember, okay, where's everything go? And make sure that thing stays the heck away from Kitty. Okay, so we should be ready here. Make sure it does not cover up the center one here, because that's where our one thing on the outside is going to go back under the flap. And then, congratulations, we have done it. We have completed our battery replacement. Now's the time for, let's see here, putting this thing back on, make sure our cable is nice and snug. Remember, it's got to try to hang out on the outside right there. I hope that whatever happened on with the new one is kind of better. First, that bag over here. I'm gonna put the old battery in that, I guess. And then we're gonna use a Phillips one. Actually, no, the Phillips one's gonna be used on the big one, but I'm trying to think. Yeah, we're using hex bits on this, and we're using Torx. And because Dell being Dell. Let's see here, and we are using the Torx T5. Okay. I'm just gonna stick these two back in here. And I can pretty much cap my tweezers since we won't be needing those anymore. Okay. And I can also put away the double knot since we won't be needing that one anymore either. I don't think. And then let's see here. We start screwing things back together. Now there's got to be one other thing I'm going to probably do, and that is show how to replace a keyboard cover on this, because like I said, I like to use keyboard covers. It keeps the crap out. I mean, so let's see here. These are all Torx bits, all the ones on the outside are Torx bits. One under the flap is a Phillips, though. In fact, we should actually be putting that one in first. So, we're almost done. Almost forgot the screw. Shouldn't be using a Phillips. You see how that's my neck right there. I was a little nervous about that. I'm bumping this down to a Phillips 0. Screw that in nicely. And that's done there. We can put that bit away. And pretty much torque our way through this. Yeah, always be careful working near those edges. Now, there's a reason why they sell those little placemats, and I just didn't feel like buying it because I don't do this a whole lot. You know? Just taking these down a little more. Tape. They should be tight. Yeah, notice right here there's no screws on the back, you know. Look at that. This is our final screw right here. I'm gonna go to desk mode here so we can witness the last of the screws. And we are done. Round of applause, everyone. Right? Nothing should fall out. So here's the thing. You're probably wondering, hey, why does his computer look like this? Why is it black? It's because on the on the back side there is a one of those keyboard covers. I use a computer cover everywhere on this thing. Let's see here. Let's do a mix here. And usually these things are removable. I mean, let's see here. I'm trying to remember who it is that makes these, but basically this, in addition to adding some style to it and being a perfect thing if you like to put stickers on your keyboard, and it's like you have people who are like, well, maybe you should remove the stickers from your keyboard before you go to that job interview. Ooh, that's another perk with using one of these things. You know, these hard shells, I'll probably have a link somewhere maybe, are excellent for if you are a road warrior. You like to be out, you like to do stuff. You know? And I forget who it is that does it. I'll probably mention it on my Twitter feed or something like that. And then let's see here. Of course, downside is after using it a while, the little rubber things come off. But like I was saying, this guy is pretty much retired. But just because he's retired doesn't mean we can't take care of him. You know. Right. So as I was saying, there's one other item I gotta do, and that is replace this plastic keyboard cover. It's like, why do you have a plastic keyboard cover? Because I don't like having crap in my computer. So you see there was like these little stickers or whatnot that held it all together. Look a little slimy or whatnot. And I use that on my current computer. I've used it, but every 6 months you just want to, if you want to keep things nice and tidy, I would suggest using a keyboard cover and making sure, I guess maybe you could keep the stickers around from the previous one if they're still good. But if you know the model, one thing you can actually replace the cover with, oh wait, yeah, there, I was like, oh crap, there's something. Yeah, and it just goes right on top here. And of course, there's like a little set of double-sided stickers that like clear, and they usually are adhesive, and they are there to make sure that this thing stays in place. Because sometimes you're gonna do this thing. I kind of wish they had one for the mouse thing, because as I was saying earlier, the mouse still gets filthy, but the keyboard area, it stays just nice. You know, and you see all this crap that's up here and whatnot. And like I said, I don't have my ear anymore, but look at how these keys are. These keys look like they are pristine, clean, nice. Always wash your hands. You know? We're gonna stick, I guess, yeah, we're gonna pretty much stick the longer ones that are usually down the bottom. And be careful not to peel them off of the white part. Yeah. And we're gonna stick them like, I guess right here, down near the F key. Scrape out the old gunk. And we're gonna put that there, since usually we don't really use the F key that much. We keep the white part on there until we're ready to peel that off. Okay, and then there is another, I guess, white part right here. You stick this guy down near page, the down key, page down. Right, make sure they're not sticking to here. And of course we take these smaller ones and we stick them up towards, say, F1 and insert. And it's usually all the ones I really use, because, well, I don't really use the corner ones. I think that's what the circular ones are, and, well, I use the delete button a lot. You know? Okay. I mean, I would definitely recommend using this, especially if you are trying to stay healthy during all this nonsense as well. You know, you're got friends with their dirty hands touching your keyboard. It's like, you sound like a germaphobe, dude. It's like, no, not really. No. I mean, you should see the pigsty I live in. My bedroom's kind of a mess. But I do like to keep my hands clean, and I do like to keep things tidy. And okay, let's see if we can get up there. And we do like to keep things fairly decent. Oh, I am still wearing this thing. I don't need a stack charge thingy anymore, so we're good. Okay, and we should be able to get that, stick that up near insert. That's like getting a keyboard that has insert on it still. I am a big Vim user. Oh. And this thing may run Windows, but I will SSH into a Raspberry Pi that is running Linux or something. I used to do Linux desktops and whatnot, but it's like, I found using those little computers so much nicer, because if I decide to do something else. Okay, now we can take out the white parts, you know, because those are going to stick to our plastic. Make sure that the sticker still hangs on there. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit awkward. And you know, if it seems like the sticker kind of is still sticking out from the bottom, you can just, I guess, put the white sticker back on and cover that, I guess. We kind of had to do that with the recent cover. Usually case buys are pretty good about being a good fit over these things. So stickers usually can go in that little gutter that's like right here or something. A little bevel or whatever it's called. I forget. And let's see here. There we go. That's one. And here's the other. Okay, we can just stick this on here and stick on the corners there. And we are back in business. By the way, if you're wondering what this green sticker is, that is actually where the nose cam is. I've decided not to use the nose cam at all because, well, privacy reasons. And the other part, well, none of those little keyboard covers would actually cover that up. Let's just try to cover that. I was kind of hoping to use a black sticker, but all I had was like, and use a bit of Sharpie on that. Great. But sometimes that kind of helps too. We are back in business. We have completed this here. It took us, what, about 4 hours? 4 hours to get this done? Yeah. Alright. And then, of course, you just plug this in. Alright. Hold your breath and make a wish. Uh-oh. Okay, good. What did we do? Oh. Okay. So I remember putting things back where they were. I plugged the DC port back in. I put the power port back in. What did we forget? I mean, we don't have to worry about too much. Do we? Oh boy. So, I guess here's the part where I could probably splice it in as the part of being the first part, even though we won't be taking the battery out. We just need to make sure that our, I think it might just be the DC port or something that I might have forgot to squeeze back in there or something. I don't know. Yeah, making sure of something. Okay. Still got our torque wrench. Let's see if we can knock this out. Let's move these things over here. Okay. One. Two. What did we do? Something might not have been plugged in. I mean, did we plug it in right? Well, the power button is actually on the daughter board. You know? So it could not have been something that we did. Could it? Get in there and look for something we forgot to plug in. Now, typically, these things kind of need a, what is it, a spudger to open up, I guess. Especially the first time you work on it. But like I was saying, right at the beginning of this broadcast, this thing, when the battery was doing whatever it was, it literally popped out like a jack-in-the-box. So, I mean, once I opened up the one thing that was like underneath here, and the security screw. I mean, it just popped right open. Didn't need no spudger. So I guess we could probably show what the spudger does. The spudger is this thing right here. It is like a guitar pick. If you have any little plastic things that are still in there, you can pretty much get in there and make sure that it's like okay. You can reach in there and you just pull this thing. Yeah, without trying to tear up the plastic too badly. Great. So what did we forget? Okay. We put our one thing back. We made sure this was screwed in. So that was done right. What did we miss? Didn't mess with this. This is probably too much of a hassle. Anyway. Okay. Didn't mess around with the power port too badly. Let's try to move. Okay, I'm just going to try to plug this in. And the power light should be on. Okay, that's not good. Okay, what happened? Where did we mess up? And we put everything back together. We put all the parts back where they belong. What did we do to not have it do what it's supposed to do? Nothing hot, nothing shocky. Nothing melting or on fire or anything. What happened?